Good afternoon, everyone. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here. In the Cirrus Weather Lab, we're not tracking any severe storms at this point in time, but we can see that we're watching some storms move eastward off the front range of the Rockies. Those could be pushing here into northwestern Kansas with an isolated severe weather risk this evening. This isn't going to be the main event. I think we're going to be getting to see some more storms fire up here in across central Nebraska into northwestern Kansas as we continue on here into the evening hours. So we're going to continue to monitor that potential. So more watches are going to be likely as we continue on here into the evening hours. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at the current severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect. It is in effect here across the far northwestern portions of the state: Cheyenne, Rawlins, Sherman, Thomas, Wallace, and Logan counties under this severe thunderstorm watch. It does include Colby and Goodland. So that's where we're looking at the severe weather risk here in the short term. Again, that watch goes here until 11 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Mountain Time. The main risk there going to be some large hail up to 2 inches in diameter and some damaging winds to 70 miles per hour. Again, this isn't going to be the main event. We're likely going to see more watches issued later on tonight into western and central Kansas. Again, as I said, storms going to be forming through central Nebraska and probably some additional storms through northwest Kansas here later on this evening. And those storms will likely form into a line and then push southeastward through central Kansas with a risk for some large hail with some of the stronger cores and some damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So again, let's come back to the radar picture. And if you're just joining us again, no severe weather risk at the current time. Let's put the radar up to the current time, and as we come here into the northwestern portion of the state, into the northeastern portion of Colorado, again, you can see the watch outline. That's our severe thunderstorm watch. And you can see we're watching storms that have developed here over the past little while along the front range of the Rockies. They're continuing to push eastward. They're not strong or severe right now because they're not really within an environment that is quite conducive to some severe weather. As they move eastward into northwest Kansas, conditions become a little bit more favorable for these storms to intensify. So again, we're going to monitor this activity as it continues to push toward Kansas. And again, severe thunderstorm watch currently in place across the northwestern portions of the state. That goes until 11 p.m. But again, more watch is going to be likely through the night tonight across much of western and on into central Kansas. So keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to provide live coverage and streaming radar throughout the night through this entire event, so we'll keep you up to date here. You can also follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/SiriusWeather and on Twitter at SiriusWX for the latest severe weather coverage. Keep it right here. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We'll continue to keep you updated. Good afternoon. We do continue to track storms getting ready to work their way into Kansas right now as we take a look at the radar picture. Over the past 4 hours, you can see we're watching storms beginning to develop greater in coverage along the Front Range. Those are pushing eastward through eastern Colorado right now. We're also watching one little cell develop in Greeley and Wichita counties in west central Kansas. Let's put the radar up to the current time, and as you can see, northwest Kansas, northeast Colorado, we're tracking a cluster of storms. Just got in a severe thunderstorm warning, county or two across the border into the northeastern part of Colorado. This storm is continuing to track eastward, so if it does maintain its strength, it could be impacting portions of northwest Kansas north of Goodland. We're going to continue to monitor this cluster of storms and see if it could become a little bit more strong or severe as it continues to push eastward into northwest Kansas, where we do have an active severe thunderstorm watch. We'll talk about that more here in just a moment as we take a look here into Greeley and Wichita counties right now. A storm developing there just east of Tribune. You can see that we have some lightning with this activity. So this is a developing storm going up just east of Tribune, west of Leota, again across the eastern portion of Greeley County, the far western portions of Wichita County. And as we put this into motion, you can see that this is just beginning to develop here pretty rapidly east of Tribune. So we're going to continue to monitor that as it continues to push eastward into the western portions of Greeley County. Let's go ahead and back out the view and show you that we're also tracking some new development across the southeastern corner of Colorado. We're monitoring this area in far southwest Kansas for the possibility of another severe thunderstorm watch that could be issued here within the next little while, but at the time being, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch across the northwestern portion of Kansas. It does include Goodland and Colby. That goes until 11 p.m. Central Time tonight, 10 p.m. Mountain Time. The main threat going to be some large hail up to 2 inches in diameter and damaging winds of 70 miles per hour. Those threats are going to remain pretty isolated. I think we'll see more storms develop through central Nebraska into northwest Kansas, and again, even perhaps down there into west central and southwest Kansas later on this evening and into the overnight hours. So I think more watches are going to be likely for the western and central portions of the state overnight tonight. So again, we are going to continue to track severe weather right here on SiriusWX.net, so be sure and keep it with us for the latest live break-ins and live streaming radar. We'll continue to keep you up to date. Good evening. We're tracking a tornado warning across the west central portions of the state right now. This is in effect for Greeley and Wichita counties. Let's go ahead and get the radar up to the current time. You can see we're tracking storms. This storm has rapidly developed across Greeley and Wichita counties right now and is continuing to push eastward. Let's go ahead and take a look at our high-resolution radar, high-resolution storm view radar, and take a closer look at this storm right now across west central Kansas. Again, this is a tornado warning for the eastern portions of Greeley and the western portions of Wichita County in west central Kansas. This does go until 5:15 p.m. at 3:49 Mountain Time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 6 miles northwest of Selkirk. The storm is moving slowly to the east at 15 miles per hour. The good news is that it is affecting the immediate tornado threat, affecting mainly the rural areas of the counties. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this right now. We can take a look at the rotation within this storm, and as we do that, you can see we've been watching it carefully here behind the scenes over the past few minutes, but again, it has rapidly developed. In fact, let's go ahead and put this into motion for you, and you can see how quickly it developed, and there is a little bit of rotation here on the western side of this storm. Let's put the radar up to the current time and kind of take a closer look at this right now, and you can see the rotation isn't quite too strong at this point in time, but we are watching it here just to the north and east of Tribune. This is going to be our most likely location of the possible tornado if it is on the ground, and again moving off in an east-northeasterly direction. Should remain north of Tribune and Selkirk at this time, but those locations are within this tornado warning, so go ahead and take your tornado precautions and again get down to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. The basement's going to be the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, you need to again get to the lowest level, away from windows, get into a bathroom or closet, cover yourself with blankets and pillows. Again, we haven't had a confirmed report of a tornado on the ground at this time as I'm monitoring things, but we will continue to monitor the potential for it there. Again, the most likely location will be there just to the north and east of Tribune, and continuing to push off to the east-northeast, again just north of Selkirk and Tribune, and just north there of the let's see, that's going to be State Road 96, so K96 here, just north of Tribune to Selkirk and northwest of Leota. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this storm. Again, it is rapidly developed in addition to this tornado. Again, where you see the shades of red, that's where we could be looking at some quarter-sized hail as this storm continues to push off to the north and east. But again, the good news is that the immediate tornado threat, if it were on the ground, looks like it's going to be just to the north and east of Tribune, continuing to push off to the east-northeast. So again, you can see, we'll put this into motion for you again and show you just how rapidly the storm developed. We watched it carefully. If you watched our last break-in, we were monitoring this storm, again, quickly going up and continuing to push eastward. So we're going to continue to monitor that storm carefully there across the west central portions of the state. As we take a look here across northwest Kansas, that's our only severe storm within Kansas at this point in time. We're watching more storms across the northeastern section of Colorado. Those are continuing to push off to the east fairly slowly as well. If they do maintain their strength, they could be pushing into the northwestern corner of the state. Again, you can see we have severe thunderstorm warnings just across the Kansas-Colorado border into northeast Colorado. Again, these storms continuing to push southeastward could be impacting the St. Francis and Goodland areas here later on in time. Now, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch across northwestern Kansas. This doesn't go until 11 p.m. In fact, it has also been extended down into Greeley and Wichita counties as, again, for the threat of severe weather here in the short term. The main risk going to be some isolated large hail damaging winds, but again, can't quite rule out this isolated brief tornado threat as well. So again, that's what we're monitoring, but right now, again, the tornado warning there for the eastern portions of Greeley, western portions of Wichita County. Okay, we have a tornado on the ground now. Let's see. Train spotter reported a rope tornado. This is viewed approximately 5 miles south of Tribune. So again, we do now have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's see if we have an updated radar sweep, and we do not at this point in time. Let me see here. if that report is coming up, and it should be popping up on the screen momentarily, and we can get that up there for you. But again, Terrain Spotter has just confirmed a rope tornado on the ground viewed approximately 5 miles south of Tribune. So again, we're continuing to monitor this, but again, you can see the pink polygon now indicating that we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is in the west central portions of the state. If you're just joining us, let me go ahead and back out the view so I can kind of give you an idea as to where we are at. Again, you can see here's Hays, there's the Goodland and Colby areas, Garden City and Dodge City. We're in the west central portions of the state across Greeley and Wichita counties, where we've actually had, I think, 3 or 4 tornado warnings within the past couple of weeks. We've seen the most tornadoes so far over the past couple of weeks right within this area. But again, we're continuing to monitor this potential. But again, a confirmed rope tornado has just been confirmed on the ground by a trained spotter here, viewed approximately 5 miles south of Tribune. So he's estimating that the tornado would be 3 miles to the east-northeast of Tribune. There is our reports just coming up. So let's take a look here. We had a funnel cloud reported here. This is at 4:51, 4 miles northeast of Tribune. That was from a 911 call center. That report, the location of that estimated on radar. And again, there's that report that we were just getting there of the tornado 3 miles to the east-northeast of Tribune in Greeley County. Again, that report coming in from a train spotter rope tornado viewed approximately 5 miles south of Tribune. And I want to see what this is here. That sort of looks like that would be the same thing here of that tornado viewed approximately 5 miles south of Tribune. So it's going to be somewhere within this area now. You can see all those icons popping up. That's where we're looking at it. So Tribune, you need to be in your tornado shelters at this point. We have had a confirmed tornado on the ground right now just to the northeast of you, and the rotation doesn't look all that impressive based on radar, but again, we do have ground confirmation that this is on the ground right now as it continues to push off to the east-northeast. Typically, you'd see the brighter shades of red and green. That would indicate some stronger winds, but we are a ways out from the radar site in Goodland, and also because it is a rope tornado being reported by this spotter, it is going to be harder to detect on radar. But again, we do continue, confirmed tornado on the ground just to the north and east of Tribune. Let's see if we can go ahead and put a storm track on this for you right now as this storm continues to push off to the, the Weather Service saying that this is moving off to the east at around 10 miles per hour, so moving fairly slowly. And if I were to move this here to the east at around 10 miles per hour, we can get a storm track on that for you and see if there's any locations that are going to be immediately impacted by this storm. Let me go ahead and get a little bit closer so I can sort of see where I need to click here. And at this point, it just looks like the Selkirk area around 554 is the only area that's going to be within this track polygon. So that's good news. Looks like affecting mainly the rural areas of the county. So again, Selkirk by around 554. So that's about another 45 minutes or so if this tornado does continue with its, if this tornado can stay on the ground, that would be the approximate time that would be moving near your location. But again, it's moving slowly to the east at 10 miles per hour. So the good news is it looks like the immediate threat is perhaps just northeast of Tribune. So if it does continue with its slow easterly direction, hopefully it can remain here in the rural areas of Greeley County. But again, we do continue with the tornado warning. That's that pink polygon there on your screen. That does go here until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this storm as it continues to move off to the north and east. Let's see if we have, and again, you can see the rotation based on radar, not all that impressive, but again, we have had confirmed reports of this tornado right around and just to the northeast of Tribune. So again, we're going to continue to monitor that threat. So again, Selkirk, that's going to be the only location that would be within this track polygon here, and even at that, it's just to the south of it. So we're going to continue to monitor that here momentarily. Just getting in new word, a severe thunderstorm watch is likely here soon across the southwestern portion of the state. Let's go ahead and I'll back out and show you a statewide view of the radar right now. And again, you can see here's that storm that we're tracking across Greeley and Wichita counties in west central Kansas. There's the storms there across the northeastern portion of Colorado. All of those continue to push off fairly slowly to the east. In fact, let's put it into motion for you. And again, you can see the cell once the frames load up there. This storm rapidly developing here across the west central portions of the state, and then we're going to continue to monitor those storms across northeast Colorado as they continue to push eastward here, perhaps into northwest Kansas. You can see this yellow outlined area. That's our current severe thunderstorm watch that runs until 11 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Let me see if I can highlight the area that the Storm Prediction Center is looking at for the likelihood of that new watch. And here it is, this outlined area. This is going to be an area that's likely going to be under a severe thunderstorm watch here within the next hour or so, it looks like. So that could include Garden City down toward Dodge City as well. Again, it's for this line of storms across eastern Colorado that's going to continue to push eastward into the western portions of the state. So again, new severe thunderstorm watch possible there across southwestern Kansas. And I wouldn't be surprised as we continue on here into the evening and overnight hours that these storms form more into a line and then push eastward with a more of a damaging wind threat through central Kansas, probably impacting Hays and Wichita later on tonight. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, the current severe thunderstorm watch in place for the yellow outlined area across portions of northwest and west central Kansas. That goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. Let's head back to this storm here across the west central portions of the state. Again, a tornado warning still in effect until 5:15 p.m. So about another 8 minutes left to go on this storm as it continues to push off to the east fairly slowly. Okay, just got in a new tornado warning now. It's going to be extended for the same storm. That's going to go until 5:45 p.m. So let's go ahead and see. We'll probably be getting that new polygon here momentarily. So let me sort of back out the view and see what they're going to do with that. So again, the pink polygon area is the current tornado warning. Again, we had confirmed reports here where you see these little icons of a tornado there around and northeast of Tribune. I'd say this would be our more likely location of where it is. I think that's actually where the spotter was located. I think this is where we're looking at the actual tornado on the ground. Again, it continues to push off to the north and east right now. Our radar sweep here is from 5:03, so we should be getting another one here in the next few minutes. But again, a new tornado warning just issued for Greeley and Wichita counties until 5:45. The wording that they're using now is that the storm is capable of producing a tornado. So again, they're continuing to monitor that risk as well. And as we take a look at the radar estimating the maximum hail size, once you get into the red shades, that's when we're looking at quarter-size hail. So the yellow shades is below that. So perhaps penny to up to quarter-size hail with the storm as well on the northern sections of it right now as it continues to push off to the north and east. That new tornado warning is quite larger than the other one was. This red outlined area is the new tornado warning. It does include all of Tribune now. Leota also included within this tornado warning right now. Again, let's put the storm into motion for you, and you can see it is rapidly intensified here across the west central portion of the state, and it's moving very slowly eastward up to 10 miles per hour. So it's a slow mover, so some heavy rainfall going to be a possibility there as well with that storm. Let me go ahead and clear off our little track polygon there to get that off the screen and make things a little less cluttered. But again, that's what we're continuing to track. Again, a new tornado warning here for the central portions of Greeley County and into the much of the central and northern sections of Wichita County. It does include Leota, Selkirk, and Tribune. So if you're in any of those locations, again, the storm has a history of producing a tornado. Again, just about 15 minutes ago, we had that report coming in just a few miles to the northeast of Tribune. The storm continues to push off the east fairly slowly. So again, now if you're in Tribune, you're included within this tornado warning. Selkirk, you're still included, and Leota, you're also included within this tornado warning. So you need to be heading to the basement right now, and if you don't have a basement, get to the lowest level of your home as possible. You need to be away from windows in the center of your home. Cover yourself with blankets and pillows as you head to shelter, and no matter where you take your shelter, wear your shoes to your shelter. Again, if the storm is causing damage, if you're walking outside, it's probably not strong enough to obliterate homes today. Again, we're not really looking at that big of a tornado threat, but never a bad idea just to wear your shoes to your tornado shelter just in case, especially if you have to head outside to a storm cellar or something like that. So again, this storm continues to push off to the east-northeast. It's actually our only severe storm in Kansas right now. I want to take a look here to northwest Kansas real quick and northeast Colorado. Again, you can see this cluster of storms continuing to push east, getting ready to move through Kirk, Colorado. These are moving fairly slowly east to east-southeastward as well, but could potentially be impacting the Goodland area within the next hour or so. So we're going to keep an eye on that line of storms as it continues to progress eastward. Let's take a statewide view and show you again. There's that cluster of storms we were just looking at. There's the tornado warning storm across west central Kansas, and this pink outlined area is where we're expecting a new severe thunderstorm watch to be issued here within the next 45 minutes or so. So again, it's for these storms that continue to trek eastward out of eastern Colorado right now that we're continuing to monitor carefully. Let's head back to the tornado warned storm right now that's affecting Greeley and Wichita counties, and let's see if we should have our updated radar sweep by now that we can take a look at. And again, you're not really seeing any bright shades of red or green. This is the Doppler part of Doppler radar, so we're detecting the winds within this storm. We have the radar site up there in Goodland, and greens would be inbound toward the radar, reds would be outbound away from the radar. But again, I'm not really seeing any strong indication of any strong rotation right now. But again, we did have that confirmed report earlier here just to the northeast of Tribune. Again, this was coming to us at 4:45, 3 miles to the east-northeast of Tribune. A rope tornado was viewed 5 miles south. I think that's where the spotter was, and that was the location of where that tornado was. But again, we haven't had any new reports within the past little while. So again, we're continuing to monitor this threat. Let's go ahead and see. It may be tough to put a track on it just because the area of rotation is so weak, and that may have been why the Weather Service in Goodland expanded this a little bit, just because we could be looking at a spin up anywhere here across the western portion of the storm. Excuse me there. And again, I really do. We may be looking at some hail here where you see the shades of pink. That would be our most likely location of some hail in addition to this tornado threat. Perhaps some penny to quarter size hail at best there with that storm. Again, let's put this into motion again. It's moving fairly slowly to the east, but again, it rapidly developed here about 45 minutes ago, and it has rapidly developed and is continuing to push slowly off to the north and east. So Tribune, Selkirk, Leota, you're all included within this tornado warning as this storm continues to push off to the east to perhaps east-northeast at 10 miles per hour. Marienthal, you're also included within this tornado warning. So again, it looks like the main severe threat just along and north of K96 in the west central portions of the state. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this storm carefully as we continue on here through the next little while. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in place across the the northwest and west central portions of the state. It does now include Greeley and Wichita counties. I was actually working on that map. Then they issued the tornado warning, so we had to go into continuous coverage here. But again, Goodland, Colby, Leota, down toward Greeley, all included within this severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. And again, we're monitoring southwest Kansas, including Dodge City and Garden City, for the likelihood of a new severe thunderstorm watch to be issued here within the next 45 minutes or so. So let's head back to the radar, and as we continue to take a look at this storm right now across Greeley and Wichita counties, let's see if we don't have any new updates from the National Weather Service. We have a new report, but it's delayed. This was at 4:56 Central Time, 2 miles north of Selkirk, where we had a reported tornado. In fact, that's actually a new area, so the reports are kind of scattered right now, but again, you can see this was coming in at 4:56 Central Time, 2 miles north of Selkirk. The time of the tornado is approximate, so a little bit uncertain as to when that tornado was actually there near Selkirk. So we had a report to the north and east of Tribune, and a report just north of Selkirk right now, and then that's when the Weather Service expanded this tornado warning. So I think that's why they went along and did that, because the storm is sort of meandering. It could be looking at spin-ups here within this storm, and as we put it into motion for you, we saw the one little main storm storm develop, and then we saw another one kind of go up there around Tribune and pushing eastward. So these storms are sort of mushing together, if you will, and they're continuing to push northeastward. But again, as I take a look at the rotation within the storm, it doesn't look overly impressive at this point. In fact, I couldn't really highlight for you an area based on radar where I'd be looking at the greatest threat of this. So again, weak rope tornadoes with this storm as it continues to push off to the east-northeast. The pink polygon is no longer up to date. In fact, there it is, just dropping off for you. The active tornado warning is in effect for the red outlined area here, and again, this goes now until 5:45 Central Time. This warning does include Tribune over towards Selkirk, Leota, and the Marienthal area. So again, those are all towns and locations that are impacted within this tornado warning, and also the rural areas of central Greeley County into the central and northern portions of Wichita County in west central Kansas. So again, that's our only severe storm that we're tracking right now. I believe the radar just updated, and as we take a closer look into this, again, I couldn't really highlight for you the area of strongest rotation, but again, we have had one report of a tornado, possible tornado north of Selkirk. Again, the time on that actual report is a little bit uncertain right now, so that would make me question that a little bit, but we do have one here northeast of Tribune. That's where we had a funnel cloud and tornado reported. So again, could possibly be looking at multiple areas within this storm of a possible tornado. Again, I can't highlight it to you, there exactly on radar, so that's why the tornado warning has sort of been expanded a little bit. So Tribune, Selkirk, Leota, over toward Marienthal, all being your tornado shelters, and if you're in the rural portions of Greeley and Wichita counties at this point, again, get to the basement, and if you don't have a basement, you can get to the lowest level of your home as possible. If you have a storm cellar, though, and not a basement, get to your storm cellar. If you don't have a basement or a storm cellar, then get to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. Again, get to the center of your home as well, a bathroom or closet somewhere enclosed to protect you from potentially flying debris is going to be the best. Wear blankets, or not wear blankets, cover yourself with blankets and pillows, and wear your shoes to your shelter no matter where you take shelter. So again, that's what we're continuing to track right now with this storm as it continues to push slowly off to the east at around 10 miles per hour. So again, we've had, for those of you that are just joining us, earlier reports of a tornado just to the north and east of Tribune, possibly one just to the north of Selkirk. But again, based on radar, we're not really looking in any area of strong rotation by any means. So these tornadoes are going to be they're going to be weak, or they're going to be rope tornadoes. We have today the environment isn't really supporting of a big tornado threat. The bases of the storms here across western Kansas are pretty high off the ground, so that's why these tornadoes that come down are going to be relatively weak, and they're going to be more of the rope variety rather than a larger type of tornado, just because our bases are so high off the ground today, and our shear isn't the best for tornadoes today, and our moisture isn't the best as well. So we are continuing with this tornado warning, though. The red outlined area that goes until 5:45, Marienthal, Leota, Selkirk, Tribune, all included within this tornado warning. The tornado warning does continue there for Greeley and Wichita counties until 5:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is extending along the line from Marienthal to 10 miles north of Marienthal to Selkirk. The storm moving to the east now at 15 miles per hour. So the Weather Service sort of saying that we could be looking at spin-ups pretty much anywhere within this cluster of storms, more likely on the southern end of it as we get some of that warm inflow coming into the storm. So that would be our most likely area there, right along and around the K96 area as the storm continues to track off to the north and east fairly slowly, again at around 10 to 15 miles per hour. But again, we watched this storm develop very rapidly, and we're keeping a close eye on it. But again, it has gone severe here fairly quickly after its development. And again, as we mentioned earlier, sort of this other storm that developed west of Tribune has sort of combined with the other storm that developed just to the north and west of Selkirk. And again, we had earlier reports of a tornado just to the northeast of Tribune, and possibly another one there just north of Selkirk. Again, this storm continues to push off slowly to the east, and that's going to be the case here with these storms. Let's take a statewide view right now, and that's going to be sort of the case here as these storms are just getting going. They're going to move fairly slowly to the east, perhaps east-southeast at around 10 10 to 20 miles per hour. But then what's likely going to happen tonight, we're tracking these storms across eastern Colorado. Again, that one little cell across west central Kansas. We could possibly begin to see more storms develop from central Nebraska down into northwest Kansas along a cold front. These could all combine overnight tonight and form a line of storms, and then those storms would begin to pick up their pace a little bit as they push into central Kansas and likely push east-southeastward to due southeastward, posing a risk for damaging winds into central Kansas later on tonight. And we are monitoring southwest Kansas for the possibility of a new severe thunderstorm watch to be issued here within the next 40 minutes or so. So that's what we're tracking right now. And the yellow outlined area in northwest and west central Kansas, that's our current severe thunderstorm watch. That goes until 11 p.m. Central Time tonight. So again, if we put this whole radar picture into motion, again, you can see this line of storms continue to push eastward out of east central Colorado. A lot of lightning associated with it as well as it continues to track eastward, and that's why we're continuing to monitor southwest Kansas for the likelihood of a watch here soon as these storms out of southeastern Colorado begin to push eastward into southwestern Kansas. So that new watch would likely include Garden City, Dodge City, down toward Liberal. So that's the area that we're monitoring for a new severe thunderstorm watch to be issued here shortly. Let's come back to this storm here that is affecting the eastern portions of Greeley and the central portions of Wichita County. Let's see this radar sweep coming in. It's a new updated radar sweep. So as we take a look at it again, I'm not really seeing any defined area of rotation right now, but as we sort of just guesstimate right now, I'd say the most likely location if there were to be a tornado would be, again, probably here in the southwestern portion of the storm. We have that little bit of an inflow notch coming in, and then we might be looking at a risk here north of Selkirk where we had a possibility of a confirmed tornado earlier at around 4:56, along with that report here coming to the northeast of Tribune. So again, the storm does have a history of producing weak rope tornadoes, and we're going to continue to monitor that threat. Again, as we take a look, it's moving off slowly to the north and east at around 10 to 15 miles per hour. If there is any tornado risk, it's now going to be east of Tribune. You can see the storm moving east of you. Selkirk, you're still under the gun for this, as well as Leota and over toward Marienthal right now. All of those locations still within the impact zone if this tornado, if we do see any tornadoes develop here as this storm continues to push off to the east. So as we watch this, it's now east of K27, east of State Highway 27, continuing to push eastward. So it looks like now the greatest threat would be east of Tribune, moving on over towards Selkirk, again Leoti, over toward Marienthal. You're still under this tornado warning. That goes until 5:45, so another about 15 to 20 minutes left to go on this tornado warning across the central portions of Greeley County and Wichita County right now. Again, we continue to track this line of storms. Let's head to northwest Kansas, and you can see we have a few severe thunderstorm warnings across northeast Colorado. In fact, we're tracking this one little cell here that's continuing to push southeastward toward Burlington, Colorado. A new severe thunderstorm warning issued there. As that storm continues to push off to the south and east, it could perhaps impact Goodland down towards Sharon Springs in the next little while, posing a risk for some damaging winds and large hail. But we'll continue to monitor that. That threat's not in Kansas at this point in time. So let's go ahead and come back to this storm here across west central Kansas, and we are still looking at the same radar sweep. But again, let's kind of take a look at our reports earlier. If you're just joining us, earlier we had a report here. This was just to the north and east of Tribune, 3 miles to the east-northeast of Tribune, of a rope tornado, and that's where I believe our spotter location was 5 miles south of Tribune, and he or she was looking to the north and east here. To the north, 3 miles east-northeast of Tribune is where we saw that earlier report of a tornado, and possibly one there just to the north of Selkirk. Again, that one's a little bit more uncertain because the time was estimated based on radar on that storm, and but again, there could be a potential threat there along this cluster storms through the eastern portions now of Wichita, or excuse me, eastern portions of Greeley County, east of Tribune, and now beginning to push more into the western sections of Wichita County. So again, I'd say Tribune, this storm is just to the east of you. I'd stay in your shelter for now in case it decides to back build just a little bit, but over towards Selkirk, Leota, Marienthal, definitely remain in your shelter right now. Again, this tornado warning does continue until 5:45, so another about 20 minutes left to go on this storm as it continues to push off to the east-northeast. Let's take a statewide view, and again, we're continuing to track a severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect until 11 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Mountain Time. It has been extended from its original issuance now to include Greeley and Wichita counties. So again, we're going to continue to monitor that cluster of storms across the northeastern portions of Colorado, push southeastward, and then of course this storm that's impacting west central Kansas, and more development here across southeast Colorado pushing eastward. That could move into southwest Kansas here within the next half hour or so, and that's when a new severe thunderstorm watch is likely to be issued here within the next half hour or so. That would include Garden City down toward Dodge City and the liberal areas right now. And then as these storms sort of interact, we expect them to form into a line tonight that would push eastward into the central portions of the state, likely impacting Hays and perhaps down toward Wichita, and as far east perhaps as the Kansas Turnpike on up toward Topeka. So again, we're just going to have to kind of monitor things and see how things develop. I want to look up here to Nebraska right now, where we're expecting storms to begin to develop around this time. And again, we aren't looking at anything in terms of development right now. I don't have the right satellite pulled up. If I'm kind of looking at things here, let me go ahead and step off the screen and take a look at the satellite picture here behind the scenes right now, and take a look at if we have some more development there up toward Nebraska right now. And as I look at things, it doesn't look so at this point. We're just monitoring that one cell across the the west central portions of Greeley County, west central portions of Kansas into Greeley and Wichita counties, and it doesn't really look like right now that we're seeing any new development of anything across central Nebraska, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to see that. We could be looking at that potential here into tonight. So again, we're going to continue to keep an eye on that right now. Again, the one tornado warning there across the west central portions of the state. Greeley and Wichita counties, again, it goes until 5:45. That storm, again, Leota, Marienthal, over towards Selkirk, you're under the gun for the imminent threat if this storm does decide to produce a tornado. Again, we had earlier reports of it producing a tornado just to the northeast of Tribune, and perhaps one there just to the north of Selkirk, but again, we haven't had any of those reports here within the recent few moments. But again, we'll continue to keep an eye on things. As I scroll through our chat room here, I'm not seeing anything. Again, the latest wording from the Weather Service saying that this line of storm is possibly producing weak tornadoes as it continues to push off slowly to the east. Let's take a closer look at the storm once again, and we have an updated radar sweep now, and again, the rotation doesn't really look all impressive at all. Not seeing any area that I could identify for you based on radar of an exact area of rotation at this point. But again, it didn't really look all too impressive earlier, but we had reports of tornadoes. So again, we're going to continue with this tornado warning. 15 more minutes. It goes until 5:45. Let's take a look at the regular portion of the radar right now. And it does look like the threat is east of Tribune, still Selkirk, Leota, over toward Marienthal impacted by this storm. Again, the latest warnings across the state continue at the ticker at the bottom of your screen there with the latest warnings. If we do get more warnings across the northwestern portion of the state, they'll pop up there, but we'll also cover them as well. But again, we're continuing to track. This is our only severe thunderstorm across the state right now. And again, as we put it into motion, moving fairly slowly off to the east right now. Again, we'll see here in about 10 or 15 more minutes what the Weather Service is going to do with this tornado warning. But for the time being, it looks like if you're in Tribune now, the storm is moving off to your east. You probably have the all clear at this point, but Selkirk over toward Leota, Marienthal all need to remain in your tornado shelters. Again, the storm continue to push off to the east. As we sort of take a look here, whenever you see these shades of pink, that's when we could be looking at the potential for some large hail. But if we take a look at the radar picture up at the current time, all all we're seeing is some shades of red. That is, let's actually take a look at what our radar is estimating the hail size at. In fact, it's not even showing anything, so that could be a sign that this storm is sort of weakening. Let's see if we can take a look at it in 3D right now and see what it's showing. Let's go ahead and get that full screen, and I'm probably going to need to do that there. In fact, as we take a look at this right now, where you see sort of those shades of red, in fact, let me show you the one that I normally use for detecting hail, and it's not even showing anything right now. So that could be a sign that this storm is weakening. But if we take a look here, a little bit more enhanced look at it, you can see that it could be where we see sort of that area shades of red. That could be where we're looking, I'd say, more at a potential for some heavy rainfall. Typically when we're looking at a hail threat, we're looking for those shades of pink to go up here above this red line, just around, it looks like 19,000 feet in today's case. But again, it does look like we're not seeing that right now, so that could be a sign that this storm is weakening overall. In fact, here's an updated radar picture so you can see this storm does look like it is weakening right now, and I don't know if it will re-intensify or not, but again, you can see we had earlier storms develop here, rapidly intensified just to the northeast of Tribune. Another cell just to the northeast of Tribune. Another cell developed just to the northwest of Tribune there, and sort of combined with this storm, and it is now sort of split off. We're looking at more of a different cell here around Selkirk now, and a stronger one there in the northeastern portions of Greeley, northwestern portions of Wichita County, and that is an updated radar update. So I want to take a look here, and again, we're not really looking at any well-defined area of rotation now with this storm as it's continuing to push off to the east. So again, let me put our pan back on there. So again, as we can take a look, again, these storms look like they are weakening overall as they continue to push off to the east. So the tornado warning is in effect here for about another 10 or 15 minutes or so, but again, I'd say the tornado risk looks to be weakening at this point in time. We'll see what the Weather Service says here. Should be issuing a new statement on it here shortly. We'll see what the Weather Service does with that right now, but for the time being, based on what I'm seeing, it doesn't look like that this storm is showing any signs of intensifying and is really not all that strong at this point. So we'll continue to monitor that. Let's take a statewide view right now. And again, there's that storm that we're tracking across the west central portion of the state, well to the northwest of Garden City, south of Goodland. So again, we're going to continue to monitor that cell carefully. But again, as I mentioned, it looks like it's weakening. And then we're tracking some cells across the northwestern portion, or excuse me, northeastern Colorado, getting ready to move into northwest Kansas. We're going to continue to monitor that area of storms. Let's take a closer look at it right now. Let's back out this view and head here to the northeastern portions of Colorado. Again, this storm continued to push southeastward toward Burlington. Let's go ahead and put it up to the current time and kind of see what they're expecting, because that could move here into Kansas within the next little while. And where you see the shades of red, that's where our radar is estimating the hail size at around quarter size. Once you get into the shades of pink and white, that's where we're getting up to some golf ball size hail. And then when you get to the shades of gray and black, that's when we're looking at 2 1/4 inch hail. So we could be looking at some hail up to around the size of golf balls to 2-inch hail right now as the storm continues to push off to the south and east. Again, here's the Kansas-Colorado state line, and as that continues to push off to the south and east, as that if that can remain at its current strength, it could potentially be impacting the Goodland area here within the next little while, and we could be looking at a risk for some damaging winds as well. And you can see here how the shades of green are a lot brighter compared to that storm down in the west central portions of the state across Greeley and Wichita County. That's typically, it's not rotating right now, but that's sort of the shades of green that we'd look for, and brighter shades of red, not really showing up here, but brighter shades of green and red that we'd look for more of a stronger area of rotation, which we don't have. So this would be the leading line of some damaging winds right now. And of course, you saw that hail risk earlier as that storm continues to push off the south and east. Again, here's the Colorado-Kansas state line. Excuse me, that could begin to impact portions of Sherman County, perhaps the Goodland area within the next little while. So we'll keep an eye on that. The tornado warning has been canceled for Greeley and Wichita counties. So as we take a look at this storm right now, as I mentioned, the this storm overall is weakened. In fact, it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning now, you can see just dropping off your screen, has also been canceled for Greeley and Wichita counties. So again, that's some good news there. If you were in Selkirk, Leoti, Marienthal, you have the all clear now. Again, this storm is weakened, no longer poses a risk for tornadoes or even severe weather for that matter. This storm is really weakened here within the past little while. So it looks like the severe weather threat has weakened for the time being with that storm. We'll continue to monitor it and see if it does return to the stronger side again. We'll continue to monitor that, but right now it doesn't look like it's going to be severe at this point. Again, we'll continue to track that storm there, and as well as this cluster of storms that continues to push off to the southeast out of northeastern Colorado. Perhaps based on its current track, it could clip the Goodland area or the southwestern portions, definitely the southwestern portions of Sherman County into Wallace County. So we'll keep an eye on that. And again, that storm there across Greeley and Wichita counties has weakened considerably from what we were looking at a little bit earlier. As we take a look at a statewide view before we take a break here, we have the severe thunderstorm watch for the yellow outlined area in northwest and west central Kansas. That goes until 11 p.m. Central Time tonight, 10 p.m. Mountain Time. The main threats there are going to be some isolated rounds of some large hail and damaging winds. Again, as we saw, maybe an isolated tornado, but especially as you head on here toward the next couple of hours, large hail, damaging winds could be more of our main threats as these storms begin to form more into a line. And then this pink outlined area across southwest Kansas is where the Storm Prediction Center may issue a new severe thunderstorm watch here within the next 20 minutes. Could possibly include Garden City, Dodge City, and Liberal, so we'll keep an eye on that. As these storms continue to develop and grow overnight, they could potentially form into a line of damaging winds and heavy rainfall that could push eastward into central Kansas, including Hays and Wichita, so we'll keep an eye on that risk here. And we're just going to kind of have to see how storms unfold here over the next little while. So we'll be here continuing to track it. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to provide live coverage, live streaming radar throughout the evening and overnight hours. You can also follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/SiriusWeather and on Twitter at SiriusWX for the latest severe weather coverage. Keep it right here. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We'll continue to keep you up to date. All right, there we go. Take two. Let's take a look at these storms now. Thank you, Henry. Let's go ahead and take a look at these storms now that we have our audio going, and let's head back here to the northwestern portion of the state where we are tracking a severe thunderstorm right now. Let me go ahead and give you the update. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning. The southern portions of Sherman County, the northwestern portions of Wallace County. This warning does include Goodland. The storm continuing to push off to the south and east is going to be capable of some 2-inch hail and some winds to 70 miles per hour. So you saw me doing this earlier. Let's go ahead and take a look at it right now. This is the winds within the storm, and where you can see those areas of green, that's the outflow winds coming out up to 60 to 70 miles per hour, and this is going to be the leading line of those damaging winds as it continues to push off to the south and east. As we take a look at the hail core within this storm, again, where you see the shades of red and pink, that's going to be the most likely location of some of that hail. It may be a little less than 2-inch hail now, perhaps up to quarter to golf ball size as this storm continues to track off to the south and east. So I was mentioning that the hail threat's rather localized and continue to push off to the south and east, but the severe wind risk is a little bit larger. Again, you can see that's the leading line of the damaging winds as that area of storms continues to push off to the south and east. Earlier we had a report, let me get us back to the regular radar. Earlier we did have a report of some golf ball sized hail there. That was 5 miles north of Burlington, Colorado. Golf balls and larger were falling, and we had an estimated 70 mile per hour wind gust reported by law enforcement in Kit Carson County, Colorado, and then we had a measured 61 mile per hour wind gust there. That was at 5:51. That was by an automated reporting station in Kit Carson County, Colorado. So again, those reports were about 20 to 30 minutes old. So we'll continue to monitor this risk, but again, this storm continues to push off to the south and east. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on it for you. And again, this storm moving off to the south and east at around 35 miles per hour. So let me get this here, and let's go ahead and put the storm track on it. Let's sort of track the hail area, because that's sort of where we're looking at the risk for damaging winds as well. And as we push that off to the south and east at around 35 miles per hour, there's our storm track, and we will view our estimated times of arrival here and see if there's any locations, and there is no locations that are within this track zone. So that's good news. It does look like it's going to be affecting mainly the rural portions of southern Sherman County into the rural portions of northern Wallace County. So again, looks like mainly affecting the rural areas of the counties there as that storm continues to push off to the south and east. So again, we'll continue to monitor that, but again, the yellow polygon is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 7 o'clock. Let's head here to west central Kansas. We're also tracking a severe thunderstorm warning, not within Kansas at this point in time, but is across the east central portion of the state. If this storm does maintain its strength, it could move here into Greeley County and be severe. So Tribune heads up to that storm as it could be producing some hail and damaging winds as it moves eastward. No severe thunderstorm warning for you just yet. And as we take a look across the rest of northwest Kansas, again, this line of storms continuing to push eastward with a risk for some damaging winds as it continues to push off to the east. And let's take a statewide view. Again, you can see that we are looking at let me back it up just a little bit. You can see that we're continuing to track these storms here from the southeastern portions of Colorado into northwestern Kansas. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued across southwest Kansas. Let's take a look at that. The county shaded in yellow under a severe thunderstorm watch. The one from Greeley and Wichita counties on north into northwest Kansas, that goes until 11 p.m. Central Time tonight, 10 p.m. Mountain Time. The one here across southwest Kansas, that does include Garden City, Dodge City, and Liberal, that does go until midnight tonight Central Time, 11 p.m. Mountain Time. So within both of these risk areas, the main risk is going to be some damaging winds and some large hail as these storms continue to progress eastward. We'll see how these storms interact. They could form into a line and push eastward later on tonight to central Kansas, where we could possibly be seeing more watches issued later on tonight. That could potentially be impacting Hays and down toward Wichita as well as Salina. So we'll continue to monitor central Kansas as well. But again, in the short term, for the time being, we're going to continue to monitor these counties in the western portions of the state for the potential of some severe weather. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue with live coverage, and we'll have the latest coverage on Facebook at facebook.com/SiriusWeather and on Twitter at SiriusWX. You're watching live coverage. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We'll continue to keep you up to date. Good evening. We continue to track severe weather across the far western portions of Kansas here this evening. Let's take a look at the radar picture. Over the past 4 hours, you can see we're continuing to track a small cluster of storms pushing eastward into northwest and west central Kansas right now. Even a severe thunderstorm warning just to the southwest of the extreme southwestern corner of the state, just to the south and west of Elkhart right now. Let's put the radar up to the current time, and as we do, again, we can see we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here into the central or into the northwest and west central portions of the state. Let's take a closer look at them on our high resolution radar as we put them into motion. Again, you can see they're pushing off to the south and east right now. Let's start out across the northern end of this line where we've been getting some storm reports coming in here. Let's take a look. You can see this storm pushing off the south and east could be clipping Goodland. We just had a storm report here of an estimated 65 mile per hour wind gusts in Colorado in Sherman County here in the northwestern portion of the state. That report coming in by a trained spotter, and we also just had a report that was coming in Sherman County, 2 miles south-southwest of Goodland from a trained spotter. Outflow was causing blowing dust and resulting in near zero visibility. And there was a report of trees bending with that storm again. That was in Sherman County. So this storm continues to push off to the south and east. And as we take a look at the winds within this storm, it's kind of hard to tell right now because it's paralleling the radar site here in Goodland. But again, we're going to continue to monitor this line as it continues to push off to the south and east with the potential for some damaging winds. And let's see what the radar is estimating our hail size at. Yeah, perhaps some $quarter to $half size hail, where you see those shades of red and pink as that storm continues to push off to the south and east. And there's that report of that dust storm there, 2 miles to the south-southwest of Goodland. Again, thunderstorm outflow causing blowing dust and near zero visibility with some trees bending there just to the southwest of Goodland. So as I mentioned earlier, again, the storm could have just been clipping the far southwestern portions of the town of Goodland, but Goodland, you are included within this severe thunderstorm warning. So again, we're going to continue to monitor that potential as that storm continues to push off to the south and east. Let's come here a little bit further south across Wallace County. We're tracking a severe storm as well. This storm pushing off to the south and east and could be producing some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Radar estimating that we could be looking at some pockets of some quarter to perhaps $half size hail as this storm continues to push off to the south and east. So Weskin and Sharon Springs, you're included within this warning as that storm continues to push off to the south and east. So do be prepared for some gusty outflow winds as well as some hail right now. We'll continue to track that storm as it continues to push off to the south and east. And then down toward Tribune, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Greeley County. Let's take a look at the winds within this storm, and again, we could be looking at some gusty outflow winds up to 70 miles per hour, I'd say, with that storm as it continues to push off to the east right around Towner, Colorado right now, and pushing eastward toward Tribune. We'll continue to keep an eye on that storm as it continues to push off to the south and east. Radar estimating that we could be looking at some hail to quarter size with that storm. So again, Tribune, do be prepared. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning here. We're again mainly a wind and hail potential. So again, backing out across the northwestern portion of the state, we're just tracking this small cluster of storms right now, stretching from Goodland down south towards Sharon Springs and northwest of Tribune. All of this activity continues to push off to the south and east. Also tracking that cell south of Winona across the southwestern portions of Logan County, the eastern portions of Wallace County. We'll see if that can become severe here within the next little while. Let's take a statewide view and show you what's happening right now. Again, there's that cluster of storms. You can see these little icons here. That's the lightning within these storms. National Weather Service in Goodland tweeted out that there is some intense lightning with this line, so definitely be indoors with these storms. Even if they're not severe thunderstorm warned, still could be producing some deadly cloud-to-ground lightning as they continue to push eastward. We'll keep an eye on that cell there across the Oklahoma Panhandle as it continues to push off to the south and, as it continues to push eastward as well. I think that should remain just to the south of Kansas, but we'll continue to keep an eye on that storm as it continues to push off to the east. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect here. Let's actually head back here, or actually I can look at it here behind the scenes. It has been extended to include Gove County and northwest Kansas. Otherwise, the counties remain unchanged. It does include Colby down toward Garden City and Dodge City, but Goodland is also included within this watch. Again, the new watch across southwest Kansas, that goes until 12 a.m. Central Time. Again, the risk for some damaging winds and hail, and then the one across northwest Kansas goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. The one across southwest Kansas goes until midnight, and then the one across northwest Kansas goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. So again, that's where we're looking at the imminent risk for some severe weather. We were expecting storms by this time to have formed through central Nebraska into northwest Kansas. That has not yet occurred, but I'm looking at our satellite computer there behind the scenes. It looks like we could begin to see some storm development here within the next little while. So if that occurs, that could interact with this line. Let me put you back to radar here. That could interact with this line of storms that's ongoing across the western portions of the state, and eventually it is possible that we'll see a line of storms that will push southeastward with a line of damaging winds across Kansas tonight. So again, we're going to continue to monitor that potential, and we just got in a new severe thunderstorm warning for Logan, Sherman, Thomas, and Wallace counties until 7:45. A line of storms that's pushing off to the east at 25 miles per hour. It's going to be capable of some ping pong ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds. So let's take a look at the radar picture right now, and we'll get an updated view of that. The warning polygon just popped up there on the other radar, but again, it's for this line of storms that we were just talking about, stretching just south of Goodland down towards Sharon Springs across Sherman and Wallace counties, and there's the new polygon as this storm continues to push off to the east. Again, as we take a look at the winds within the storm right now, our leading line of damaging winds going to be right within this region, and it's continuing to push off to the south and east. So again, Winona, Russell Springs now included within this warning. It is just south of Goodland now, and looks like right around or just northeast of Sharon Springs. And again, we could be looking at some hail with this storm as well. Weather Service saying up to some ping pong ball size hail. That would be most likely where you see some of these shades of red, and so that's where we're going to continue to track as this storm continues to push off to the south and east. A history of producing some damaging winds up to 65 to 70 miles per hour there across the just southwest of Goodland, and then earlier when it was around Burlington, Colorado, or actually around Colorado in Sherman County, Kansas. So again, we'll continue to track that line of storms as it continues to push off the south and east. And just one more time, severe thunderstorm watch in effect across much of western Kansas. This also does include Gove County now. So again, we'll continue to monitor western Kansas here over the next little while, and potentially central Kansas as well as we continue on here into the later evening and overnight hours. You're watching live coverage. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We'll continue to keep you updated. Good evening. We continue to track severe weather across the western portions of the state right now. We do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Let's put the radar up to the current time. You can see we're continuing to track a small cluster of storms across the northwest into the west central portions of the state right now. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Let's take a little bit more of a detailed look at this right now. We'll start with the northernmost warning. It's affecting areas just to the south and east of Goodland. So the southeastern portions of Sherman County, southwestern Thomas County, the northwestern sections of Logan County, and the northeastern sections of Wallace County, all under a severe thunderstorm warning. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds going to be possible with this line of storms as it continues to push eastward. Perhaps some nickel to quarter-size hail as well. Our radar estimating some hail up to around quarter size right there within that core of this storm as it continues to push off to the south and east. Some quarter-size hail possible there to the north and east of Sharon Springs. And as we take a look at the winds within the storm, the brighter colors that you see, the stronger the winds. So it does look like we could be looking at some of these 70-mile-per-hour winds as this storm continues to push off to the east. We had, let's see if I can position this here, a measured 1 1/4 inch hailstone. That is $half size hail. That was here at 6:46 p.m., 14 miles to the south of Goodland by a storm chaser. But again, you can see here reporting mostly P to nickel size. So that was relayed there via a trained spotter as this storm continues to push off to the south and east. And again, that sort of matches up with our little hail core that we're mentioning, at least where it was earlier. Now it's a little bit farther to the east. So again, some hail probably up to quarter size with that storm as it continues to push off to the east, in addition to the main risk, which is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, that's affecting areas just to the south and east of Goodland. You can't see that behind the banner, but again, just to the south and east of Goodland, northeast of Sharon Springs, about to be affecting the Russell Springs and Winona areas. So we'll be monitoring that storm. A little bit farther to the south, we're also tracking a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is getting ready to move through the Tribune area. We had a report at 6:59 of a measured 61-mile-per-hour wind gust by an automated reporting station there in Tribune. And then let's see one of these other reports that we have. We have had another report of a dust storm that was at 6:52, 5 miles to the south of Tribune. Train spotter estimated a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust and near zero visibility with thunderstorm outflow. So this storm continues to push off to the east, could be producing some 60 to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and radar estimating that we could have some nickel to quarter size hail with this storm getting ready to move through Tribune, that hail and wind threat. And as we take a look here, let's see if we can sort of see the line of damaging winds. It's going to be right here within this region, just to the west of Tribune, and in fact probably moving through Tribune right now, where we had some of those that 61-mile-per-hour wind gust reported. So again, that's the other storm that we're tracking. I want to take you here. Let me back out and one more time and just kind of show you that cluster of storms that is pushing southeastward across northwest Kansas, just from Goodland down south toward Tribune. This continues to push off to the east. If you notice behind me, they're just west of Hays. Let's take a closer look at that storm. We'll switch on over here to a statewide view. And again, there's that cluster we were just looking at. But as we take a closer look here, just to the south and west of Hays, we're looking at a storm rapidly developing just to the southwest of the town of Ellis, south of Waukene, quite a bit of ways away from Hays. But you see all these icons, that's some lightning. Let's put it up to the current time. You can see the brighter the icon, the more recent the lightning strikes are. So you can see here just to the west of Hays right now across the southwestern portions of Ellis County, we're beginning to see a strong storm develop. We'll see if that could become severe. And I want to back out here while I'm looking at things and see how storms are going. And we were expecting storms to begin to develop here through central Nebraska down in north central Kansas, and that's sort of the case. You can sort of see, you probably can't see it too well, but we do have some flashes of lightning going on. And looking at our satellite computer behind the scenes, looking at the clouds, it does look like we're beginning to see a line of storms develop from central Nebraska down into north central Kansas. No word yet from the Storm Prediction Center on this at this time, but again, we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. There could be the possibility of a watch there across north central Kansas within a little while. but we do have an active severe thunderstorm watch right now. Here's our updated map, again, to get Gove County in there. But again, western Kansas, the county shaded in yellow under a severe thunderstorm watch across west central and northwest Kansas, from Greeley and Wichita counties on into the northwestern portions of the state. This watch goes until 11 p.m. Central Time, and then across southwest Kansas, including Garden City, Dodge City, and Liberal. That goes until midnight Central Time, 11 p.m. Mountain Time. So that's where the imminent risk is for some severe weather, is across the western portions of the state. But again, it looks like we may begin to see storms expand in coverage through north central Kansas here within a little while. And if that happens, we could be seeing the storms that are currently across west central Kansas begin to form more into a enhanced line, and that could potentially push southeastward through central Kansas tonight with a risk for some damaging wind gusts. So let me see here. The Weather Service just chiming in on this storm that is to the south and west of Hays, just south of the town of Ellis, south and east of Waukene right now. National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated that storms were rapidly developing and moving off to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. Some nickel-sized tail and winds to around 50 miles per hour are going to be possible with this storm. So again, as we put this into motion for you, can see the rapid development of it, and it is pushing off to the east-northeast, so the Hays area could be impacted by the storm here within the next little while. If you look out your window to the west, you're probably seeing this going up, but do be indoors with this storm right now. It's not severe, but you can see we're already getting plenty of lightning with this storm as it continues to push off to the north and east, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that storm for you, as well as the storms in the western portions of the state. So we'll continue with live streaming radar and severe weather coverage right here on our website at SiriusWX.net. You can also follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/SiriusWeather for the latest coverage, and on Twitter at SiriusWX. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. We'll continue to keep you updated on the latest severe weather situation. Good evening. We continue to track severe weather across the western and central portions of the state right now. As we take a look at the radar here, over the past 4 hours, you can see this cluster of storms moving into the west central portions of the state and a rapid development of a storm just west of Hays right now. Let's start out with that storm and let's take a closer look on it with our as we zoom in here to the western portions of Ellis County, eastern portions of Trego County right now. Again, you can see storm rapidly developing just to the west of Hays. Again, you can see our icons indicating lightning with this storm as well. The brighter the icon, the more recent that lightning strike was. So we are looking at dangerous lightning accompanying this storm. We are going to be looking at some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible as this storm continues to push off to the east at around 15 miles per hour. So again, you can see it has rapidly developed just to the south and west of the town of Ellis, and it continues to push slowly off to the east to perhaps east-northeast here at around 15 miles per hour. Hays, you are included within this severe thunderstorm warning, so do be prepared for the possibility of some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm, as well as that dangerous lightning risk there. So again, if you're just joining a severe thunderstorm warning, the eastern portions of Trego County, much of Ellis County, including Hays and the town of Ellis, that goes here until 8:30 p.m. Central Time. This storm So again, we do continue to track this severe thunderstorm warning. That warning does include Hays, so we'll continue to monitor that storm as it continues to push off to the east. Let's head here to west central Kansas, where we're tracking a cluster of storms right now, some damaging winds and perhaps some hail. This continues to push off to the south and east. Let's take a look at our high resolution radar right now and get a little bit more detailed look at this line of storms right now. As you take a look at the winds within this storm, again, where you see the brighter shades of red, that's where indicating where we're looking at some stronger wind gusts as this line of storms continues to push off to the south and east. So some of the stronger winds right around or just southwest of Russell Springs, and then some north of Selkirk and Leota right now. So all of that continues to push off to the south and east. We could perhaps be looking at some hail. Most likely potential for that is just going to be to the west of Russell Springs, where it could be looking at nickel to quarter size hail. So we'll continue to monitor that line of storms. Again, as we put it into motion here, it continues to push off to the south and east. Could be impacting Russell Springs pretty much right about now, and Leota as well. So we'll continue to monitor that cluster of storms as it continues to push off to the east, and then as well as that cell there that is affecting areas around Hays. Again, let's take a look at that right now, since we have most of our followers there here to keep them up to date. Again, severe thunderstorm warning, eastern Trego, much of Ellis County does include Hays, as well as the town of Ellis right along I-70. This is going to be impacting, again, those areas with a threat for some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That storm moving off to the east to perhaps east-northeast at around 15 miles per hour. So, again, we're going to continue to monitor that storm. The severe thunderstorm watch has just been extended in its area to include Ellis, Rush, and Trego counties until 12 a.m. So, again, in fact, that's just popping up there, that yellow outlined area. Severe thunderstorm watch has just been extended there. I want to come here to areas east of Phillipsburg and north central Kansas in Smith County, where we're tracking another storm going up there. You can see some lightning with that as well, just to the west of Smith Center. And as we move on up here, let's back out the view, and you can see we're also tracking some more isolated storms developing there southwest of Grand Island around the Hastings area in south central Nebraska. That's along a cold front that's pushing in here into western Kansas. Just reading some stuff from the Storm Prediction Center. Let me actually outline the area for you, and it's within this risk area that we could be looking at the possibility of a new watch to be issued here, but the overall question is how widespread these storms are going to be. It could remain fairly isolated, so we're just going to have to continue to monitor that potential. But again, from south central Nebraska into north central Kansas, that's where we could be looking at a new watch issued soon. But again, it has just been extended into the Hays area, so we're going to continue to monitor that potential. As we take a statewide view right now, again, we're continuing to monitor that cluster of storms through the west central parts of the state. Perhaps some quarter-size hail, more likely some damaging winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour, and then that storm there just to the west of Hays, a threat for some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds that could be impacting the Hays area here within the next 45 minutes or so. We do have, again, that severe thunderstorm watch areas outlined in yellow in northwest and west central Kansas. It goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. It goes till midnight for Hays and southwest Kansas, including Garden City, Dodge City, and Liberal. We'll continue to track the threats. Keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. You're watching live coverage. We'll continue to keep you up to date. Good evening. We continue to track severe weather across the western portion of the state here this evening. Again, we can see we're tracking a severe storm around Hays. In fact, we just got in a tornado warning here across northwestern Kansas. This is in effect here. Let me get the latest. This is a a tornado warning that has been issued for Logan County until 8:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles south of Russell Springs is moving off to the southeast at 35 miles per hour. Let's take a closer look at this tornado warned storm right now. Again, just to the south of Russell Springs. Let me back out that view just a little bit. Now let's take a look at the rotation within this storm. Again, it looks like the most likely location there, let's see, the Weather Service was putting that 7 miles south of Russell Springs. Let's see if I can measure that here. Let's see if I can get about 7 miles south of Russell Springs, and they're saying that this would be the most likely location of that possible tornado. It does look like there could be another little circulation there on the southern portion of that storm. So again, but it does look like based on this image that we could be looking at the most likely location of that possible tornado about 7 miles south of Russell Springs. This storm is pushing off to the south and east at 35 miles per hour. So again, there's the most likely location of this possible tornado if it is on the ground. And don't go out and try and see it because it's going to be rain wrapped. You can see a little donut hole right there. That's going to be the most likely location of this possible tornado, but it is likely going to be rain wrapped as it continues to push off to the south and east. I'm looking at the latest, and I don't see any actual confirmed tornado on the ground at this point. But again, as we take a look at the rotation within this storm, it's going to be right within this region where we could be looking at that possible tornado about 7 miles south of Russell Springs. Again, that storm continues to push off to the south and east. The good news, it's mainly affecting the rural areas of the county. Again, Logan County, there's a tornado warning until 8:15. Again, it looks like the imminent threat for a tornado is going to remain south of Russell Springs right now because, again, the storm is continuing to push off to the south and east right now. We'll continue to keep an eye on that. Since it is affecting mainly the rural areas of the county, let's head on to this cluster of storms and kind of talk about it. Let's back out just a bit and put it into motion for you. Again, you can see it's a line of storms that has continued to push off to the east from around Oakley down south to around Lakin. Let's back out just a little bit more, and you can see we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings on this line as well. The main risks there are going to be some damaging winds 60 to 70 miles per hour and some hail perhaps up to quarter size. So again, that threat stretching there from around Oakley down south towards Scott City, Leota, and back toward Tribune with that line of storms that continues to push off to the east. We're also tracking a storm around the Hays area right now. Let's get a closer look at that. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. The one here across eastern Trego and into the through Ellis County, that's in effect until 8:30, so about another half hour on that for some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm. Let's put it into motion for you. And you can see that it is pushing off in an easterly direction. This northern core of the storm could be getting to take more of a northeasterly track, could be affecting Plainville here within the next little while. Let me see if I can get the latest on that. On some of these warnings. Let me look at my secondary radar source here behind the scenes to go ahead and get some of that information. But again, that's what we're tracking right now, some quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that storm. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning that includes Hays goes until 8:30, and this new severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Rooks and west central Osborne counties goes until 8:30 as well, with the risk for some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that doesn't include Plainville on up toward the Woodston areas, so that do be prepared for some quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with that storm. Also, we've had the severe thunderstorm watch. In fact, a new one issued here into portions of north central Kansas. Severe thunderstorm watch is in effect for Hays. That goes until midnight. We had a new severe thunderstorm watch just issued. Let me get the details on that. That goes here until midnight central time as well. So a new severe thunderstorm watch there with the risk for some damaging winds to 70 miles per hour and some hail up to ping pong ball size within that watch area as we continue on into the next few hours. Let's head back to our tornado warned storm right now in Logan County. Let's get a closer look at it. Again, it's affecting mainly the rural areas of the county, and the most likely location of that possible tornado is going to be right here within this region. There is an updated radar sweep. You can see where we have our green colors, the radar side up there toward in Goodland. Green colors, inbound velocities going toward the radar site in Goodland. Red is coming away. We do have a little bit of a notch there coming in. If we take a look at the normalized radar there, you can see how we sort of have that little area of less reflectivity coming in, and that's going to be the most likely location of the possible tornado. About 7 miles south of Russell Springs, this tornado is likely going to be rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see it, and it continues to push off to the south and east. Again, it looks like it's affecting mainly the rural areas of the county at this point in time, but let's go ahead and let me see. We'll put a storm track on it and see if our storm tracker can detect any smaller locations that may be included within this warning. Let me, probably going to have to push it out a ways here real quick, and let's push it off to the southeast at around 35 miles per hour, and as we do that, we can see if we have any other locations that are being impacted by this storm. But again, Weather Service saying that it's mainly the rural areas of the county right now, and let's see if our track will pull things up. And it's our track does pull up some smaller towns. So Pence immediately around 8:15 could be impacted by this possible tornado. Later, perhaps down towards Scott City, but that's if this storm can maintain its rotation as it continues to push off the south and east. Again, the tornado warning, the red polygon, goes until 8:15, so that's when we'll expect it around the Pence area at 8:15, potentially down toward the Scott City area if it maintains its rotation here after around 8:40 or so. So again, we haven't had any confirmed report of a tornado on the ground, but we're going to continue to monitor this carefully. Again, the most likely location of that possible tornado right there where I have it tracked, again, pushing off to the south and east at around 35 miles per hour. Pence, you could be under the gun for this at around 8:15. Let's back out and show you again. That's our one tornado warning. We're tracking a cluster of storms through west central Kansas with a risk for some damaging winds and perhaps some large hail. Let's see, getting a lot of new products in here. Give me just a moment here. Okay. So let's continue to track this again. We have cluster storms here across the northwest and west central portions of the state, from around Oakley down south toward Leota, shallow water, and into the portions of Scott County right now. And again, our tornado warning is in effect for Logan County until 8:15. So we have about exactly 15 minutes left to go on it. This radar sweep is from 7:53, so about 5 minutes old. We should be getting a new one here any moment now. We'll await that. Let's head back to the storm that's affecting Ellis County right now. We have a severe thunderstorm warning there until 8:30. The northern core of this storm it's looking like it's taking more of a northeasterly track now toward Plainville, perhaps up there eventually toward Woodston. Haze right now, you're getting in on some light to moderate rainfall and some lightning as well. As we take a look at those icons, the brighter the color of the icon on there is, the more recent the lightning strikes. So we're looking at some lightning as well as the threat for some quarter-sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm as it continues to track off to the north and east at around 30 miles per hour. So Hayes, you're still within a severe thunderstorm warning there, but no tornado threat with that storm. Let's go ahead and back out, and that storm again could be affecting Plainville. We're watching storms develop across south central Nebraska along a cold front and in north central Kansas here in Smith County as well, tracking a strong storm, not severe at this point in time. And that's why we have a new severe thunderstorm watch in effect for portions of north central Kansas. Includes Plainville down toward Great Bend, areas west of Concordia. This goes until midnight as well. So we're going to continue to monitor the potential for some severe weather there as well. Let's head on back here to our tornado warned storm, and let me come here behind the scenes and take a look at something right now.
And let's see if our track will pull things.